1, 2, test. Okay. Now, you locked it, of course. The keys for that new rack are down here.
Okay.
Nope. There they are. Okay, you know in the ballroom, there's, when you first go into the first part, there's two. Yeah, that's right here, back.
Okay.
And basically, you just have to turn them on. He already did yesterday, I guess. Usually, they will be turned completely off, so you don't get sound back there. That's how you get the sound to them. Okay, so now it's on. That should be fine. And then we just have to turn the, I'll leave it up for now. We got that second system in the coat room?
Uh-huh. Your mic is up.
Yeah, I know, because I want to test it.
Yeah, you're on the screen saying
Hello. When I get home, I'm going to cut all that fat of this.
okay.
Well, you know how to turn this on. All right, just focus on. Keep it on. This same still needs to be. Problem in there with the ceiling speakers. There's some kind of a short with those lights on, you know those lights on the wall?
Mhm.
Those things are like colored lights.
Mhm.
There's some kind of short when you, those speakers on, the lights come on.
Really?
There's some kind of, they're buzzing terribly. So I have them muted. Family's gonna be. This over here, which is fine. Flow. Right. Yeah, right now.
JBLs.
But the sound should be fine. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hey,
1, 2.
Did you find a yard and a book up at the
Yes,
top? Okay.
yes, it's underneath the, you want to take it?
Yeah, I'll grab it and just put it into the,
1, 2, 1, 2, test 1, 2. So we're good. Yeah,
Is the live stream working?
yes, I just turned it
What
on.
link can I send people?
The link is the one for
It's on
jobs,
YouTube.
same link.
So if I have this.
Search for Temple Beth Sholom.
If I have this, which is the YouTube link, that's fine to send people?
Yeah, it's on right now, you see?
I'm saying, so I could send this to people,
Yeah.
because I've been getting texts all morning.
Yes,
That's
yeah,
it.
but you can send that. It's best if you send them the one that we send out on Friday.
So don't send them that.
Yeah,
I have the other one.
I'm not sure what to tell you about that, because I know for sure the one on
I
Friday.
hate sending out our link at all to all these random people, but I don't know if we have a choice.
Thank you. I just did the chairs for the meeting,
Okay.
for the nominating committee. Your brother just, I asked him to bring in waters to them.
They can also
They
go
don't need a food set up at any
on
time.
the
They can walk
website.
over to
I
mine
told
and
them
they
that,
need
but
if
so
they-
they should do this link and click on live
Okay.
stream.
That's right.
All right, all good.
And the lights. I'll turn
Okay.
that.
Are you busy right now?
Got it?
God, I don't know if I saw that.
I have another funeral in Queens, so.
I'm sorry. Thank you, appreciate it.
Everything's good here, so. Test 1, 1, 2.
That's weird, everything that's supposed to have to be on is on.
Ooh. Still works, thank God. Okay. So I leave it in your good hands. I'll leave this here in case anybody needs it. Other than that, they can use this one.
Please be seated.
Shiviti Adonai lenegdi tamid ki mini balemot lachem samach libi vayagel kevodi af besari yishkon lavetach af besari yishkon lavetach.
We are cantors Sergei and Elena Schwartz of Temple Sinai of Roslin. And on behalf of our clergy and Temple Sinai entire community, we want to express our deepest condolences to Jamie, Mitchell, Sid, and the entire Hassenbein family. We all came here in the hope that we might lend our beloved Hassenbein family some strength, that our love might bring some comfort. We all ask, is there sorrow greater than this? Where is our consolation? Can there be a man greater than for a loved one taken so young and so unfair? Let our silence reach out to the bereaved. Let their tears fall on us. Let our love and deeds speak for us. Adonai, our God, be with this stricken family. Help them to draw near to one another in their need to love and strength. Teach us, who care so deeply for them, to place our arms around them and to sorrow with them. Be with the mourners in their grief, so that hope may again break through, reaching for the light in the darkened corner of the earth. Our tradition in Psalms 34 and 39 teaches us God is close to the brokenhearted and helps those crushed in spirit. Today, so full of pain, we are forced to confront how fragile life can be. And we come here into God's house to stand with Drew's family, who must perform an unimaginable task. The Torah, our source of Jewish wisdom, doesn't hide from tragedies, and just a week ago, you read in chapter Acharei Mot about the death of Moses' nephews. His brothers Aaron the high priest and Israel's sons, who while performing their duties made an offering. But something went terribly wrong. The fire exploded and they both died. And when Aaron learned of his son's death, the Torah says, Vaidom Aaron. Aaron was silent. Aaron was speechless. Aaron was silent because There were no words adequate to express his grief. So if Aaron, the high priest, and Moses' spokesperson could not find the right words, who are we to try to explain our tragedy? Today as well, there are no words. And instead, there is a river of tears uncontained. And still, we have to speak today about Drew's passion. He deserves to be remembered for his gifts. I asked Drew's teammates to share with me what they think of Drew, and they said what we all already know about Drew, what a really great and sweet kid Drew was. Caring, kind, thoughtful. Obviously, he was really well known for his tennis because he was one of the best players in the country. But I won't speak now about his tennis achievements. His coach and his friends will say a few words later. But tennis was his life, and when I was preparing him for his bar mitzvah, which he actually took very seriously and did, as many of you know, really amazing, as always. But still, it was a number 2 on his list of priorities. We both joked that I promised to help him on the bima in exchange for the tickets to his future US Open final. He didn't tell me then that his team's nickname was, many of you know, Hollywood, because he was such a star. And his older teammates shared with me that he was like a little brother to all of them. Drew's teammates also told me that the kids on other teams used to ask him to sign autographs after the match because they knew he would become a pro player. And he would actually do it and sign autographs for them, and he would hit the match ball into the crowd after they won. His teammates also shared how super sweet, and these are their words, his parents, Jamie and Mitch, are. Of course, it is not a secret for anyone that they lived for him and for his passion. And our tradition teaches that Drew's soul is safe. It is safe now, and will live above in a world that we cannot comprehend, helping his beloved family. It is understandable to want to make sense of this, but Drew's death makes no sense at all. Yet we know all that, and yet we're all still paralyzed by the question why. And paralyzed because we know that there are no answers. And so we cry and we pray together. We'll continue with Psalm 23.
מזמור לדוד. אדוני רואי לא אחסר, בהנו דשא ירביצני, על מי מנוחות ינח עליני. נפשי ישובב, ינחני ומגלי צדק, ינחני ומגלי צדק, למען שמו. גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות, לא ירא רע משענתך ומשענתך המה ינחמוני. תערוך לפני שולחן נגד צורריי. דשנת ושמן ראשי כוסי רוויה. אך טוב וחסד ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, כל ימי חיי. ושבתי בבית אדוני לאורך ימים. אדוני רואי לא אחסר.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He guideth me in straight path for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table for me in the presence of my enemies. Thou hast anointed my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Let us all say, Amen. Our Jewish wisdom inspires a question: what can we do? And here our wise tradition offers us guidance. We embrace Drew's family, and we bring them our strength and our compassion. Our strength is not in answers, but rather in our hugs and in our love. Because if there is any way to piece together your shattered hearts, we are here to try. God, help us to bring consolation to the bereaved. Help us to raise them from the depth of sorrow, slowly, lovingly. Help us to lead them from the night of desolation to the dawn of another day. Then the memory of their beloved Drew will be able to return gently, peacefully to their hearts. According to our tradition, there is no form of tribute more precious than the cherished memories of Drew that we recall and share with one another. I now invite Papa Mel and Papa Jack and Arlene and Sheila to share some memories with us.
Very hard. I'm Papa Jack, and that's what Drew would call me. About 2 weeks ago, my son Mitchell called me up. He says, "Dad, you got to come to Roslyn High School. Drew is going to play the best tennis player in the state of New York." He said, "You must come." I said, "All right, I'll come." I went to the game, and I watched the game. Drew played terrific. He was terrific out there. He kept improving and improving, and he was terrific. But this guy was 17 years old. He just got a scholarship to Pennsylvania University, and Drew was 3 or 4 years younger than him, and not as big as him. I'm sure he'll grow up to be as big as his father, but he wasn't big then. I watched that game. He made a great, great shot. What a shot he made. And, you know, after he made that shot, people thought I was nuts. I turned around and said, "That's my granddad. That's my grandson. That's my grandson." I was so proud of him. I was so proud of him. He made me so happy. I looked up to this boy. He was like my idol. He had a personality that was to no end. And if you talk to his tennis friends, they said, forget about how great he was in tennis. He was cool. He was cool. He was the best. But right now, my heart is broken, so broken, that I got a scar on my heart. And whatever years I got left in this world, this scar's going to stay there. Because I love that boy. I love him. Because you know why? That was my grandson. My grandson! And he's not here no more. But I love you, kid. I love you. Thank you. Go ahead, man.
This is just so difficult. Drew, your life was cut short at 14 years, but you had so many wonderful, fantastic, fulfilling moments, and you touched so many lives way beyond those years. You had a fierce competition spirit and determination to succeed in everything you did. Sure, everyone knows about your very special tennis talent. That would get better and better every day. Who knows how far you could have taken that? I'm sure you knew that in the future there would have been many pros that wouldn't want to be matched up against you. I don't know how you found the time to run from basketball to flag football to tennis lessons and tournaments and still have time for schoolwork. When I would ask you about your schoolwork, you would say, "Don't worry, Papa, I got this." And you did. I could see why. I could see why. The fire in your eyes, that confident smile, the extreme focus was so very special. Your mom, dad, and sister did everything they could to make your dreams come true. Your special coaches, Adrian and Mrs. Hinckley, your group of friends and families gave you tremendous support. They did everything they possibly could to make your dreams come true. Your tennis teammates loved you. They told me as a 7th and 8th grader how easily you fit in with the seniors. They would look to you for suggestions as to what's next. Drew, every life you ever touched could see those people absolutely loved you, and that special fire and determination. Drew, you will always be a champion, not only in tennis, but in life. We love you very much, and we will miss you so. Drew, rest in peace. We love you.
And I would like to invite his sisters Sydney.
Dear Drew, I used to be a firm believer that everything happens for a reason. However, God didn't do this on purpose this time. This wasn't part of his plan. You were taken too early. All of your accomplishments so far were just a preview of the extremely bright future you had ahead of you. You are the strongest person we all knew. You never gave up. On that Wednesday night, we sat on the side of the road and prayed for 2 hours, just hoping there was a slim chance you were alive, because we believed in you, and we've all always been amazed by your fierceness and your strength. However, that selfish drunk driver wiped you out and didn't give your little body a chance. You didn't even get a chance to fight, because I know if you did get a chance to fight, you would still be with us right now. Because I know what kind of fighter you were on and off the court. You didn't deserve this, buddy. I used to tell all my friends, I can't wait to see Drew in the high school hallway next year. Gone. I used to wait at home and ask my mom every 5 minutes, when is Drew coming back from tennis? I want to hang out with him. That's gone. You are gone now. However, I will make sure your spirit lives on forever. I can't help but think about the future without you. No more cuddles, no more laughs, no more hugs. I may not be able to be physically with you, but mentally, I know you're right up there with me, buddy. I have no doubt. Show me signs. If you guys know Drew, you know he loved these 4 stuffed animals. A few days ago, we were all sitting at the dinner table and he said, when I die, make sure these go in my grave. You knew, Drew, you knew it. Those 4 will be right next to you. I wish I could be too. Come home, Drew, we miss you. Until we meet again.
Now I will ask to join me here on the bima, Drew's aunts, uncles, and cousins, Heather, Andrew, Spencer, Dylan, Oliver, Davey, Craig.
There will never be enough time. There will never be enough times that you can tell someone that you love them. Life is short and life is precious. These are some unfortunate lessons that we have been taught over the past few days. To Dylan, Oliver, and I, we always took pride in being the big cousins. Drew and Sid, from the moment we were introduced to them, have proven to be the strongest-willed and bravest.
Drew was a champion on and off the court. A kid with so many talents, hobbies, friends, and a dream that was constantly pushing towards and living out. Ultimately, through our sorrow and devastation, we are grateful. We are grateful to have known Drew and to have had so many amazing memories with our little cousin. We will cherish all the memories forever, from playing knee hockey in the basement, vacations, spending our summers together at Timberlake, and teaching him math with basketball numbers.
Drew was always our biggest fans, and we were his too. The memories are endless, and there will never be a day that goes by where we do not think about those memories and the impact that Drew has made on our lives.
It's hard to keep this short, but I'm going to. For the last few days, people have stated I have no words, because there are no words, but there also are so many. Drew had too much life left. His dreams and future was huge. Drew was son number 4, as we quickly bonded through early shock that struck our family. Drew knew how to be adorable, energetic, focused, inquisitive, smart, an amazing all-around athlete, a pain in the ass, and a genuine individual, all in one moment. Everyone that would meet Drew was mesmerized by his determination, talent, perseverance, and strong will, all in that little body. Drew was genuinely interested in everything and loved everyone. He loved our sleepovers, our family get-togethers. I heard my dad say about the homework, what I wrote is, I'm gonna miss our nightly homework pictures with, can you help me? But really quickly, because I have practice, I don't care if I understand it right now, it just has to be done. I'll learn it another day. And Andrew will miss all the business questions, playful bets, teasing. Andrew bought Hassenbein.com the day after Drew was born, and he always joked that it was going to be his most valuable domain. Now that holds true more than ever. We'll find a way to continue to help others to fulfill Drew's dreams. We need a strong community filled with love and support more than now ever to help us. There should be no family's reality.
Our hearts are broken. We all promise to keep your legacy alive. We will miss you, Drew, and we love you forever.
On behalf of our family, I want to thank you all for the texts, calls, kind words, the hugs. It helps more than you know. What can you say about Drew? He was the brightest light, the superstar of our family. His skills on the tennis court are not exaggerated. He was the real deal. I had the privilege of watching Drew start as a toddler learning how to swing a racket to become the #1 ranked player for his age group. I was lucky to get to see him play just a couple of weeks ago at Roslyn High School. Just exceptional. He was also an amazing basketball player, and don't think of challenging him to a ping pong game. Just the best. But part of Drew that I'll remember the most is how much he loved his family. He had a way of creating special individual relationships with everyone. I loved how sweet he was with his Papa Jack and his Grandma All and Grandma Sheil and Papa Mel. He was fun and competitive with his cousin Gabby. She has the ping pong balls being slammed at her to prove it. But she loved trying to compete with him and looked up to her amazing cousin. He was super sweet with Jordan, who loved his cousin Drewy. It was also so special seeing Drew light up when he saw baby Dylan. Drew had such a curious and inquisitive nature and would ask Aunt Debbie all sorts of questions. Can she walk yet? When is she going to talk? Does she eat French fries? Bear in mind, his baby cousin is a 1-year-old boy. That was our Drew. He and I had the Mets. We would text about games, and I have great memories of us going to the playoff games a few years ago, holding him on my shoulders as we screamed, "Let's go Mets," after a big win. I'll also cherish our times crashing waves in Florida and hitting the water slides on the cruise ship. Drew, as competitive and fierce as you were in the court, you were such a sweet, kind, fun, thoughtful, and genuine person. I promise we will never forget you. We will always talk about you. We will always honor you. We will always love you, and you'll be in our hearts forever. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite family friends, Corey and Dina Becker.
should use the stool. My name is Corey Becker. This is my wife, Dana Becker. Some of you know me as just Dana's husband, Jack, Remy, and Cole's father. And now you'll learn that I'm someone who was lucky enough to have had a special relationship with my buddy, Drew. My background with the Hassenbeins goes deep. I know Jamie since she's probably 8 or 9 years old. We grew up together in Camp Delaware. I met Mitch in my college years through his brother Craig, and then we wound up spending more time together as his best friends from home were my work friends. Coincidentally, Mitch and Jamie got married. Dana and Jamie have been best friends since day one in college, and we've been life best friends since. I hope you were able to follow that. I know there's a lot there. I want to start off by taking the opportunity to acknowledge the Roslyn community, including the school district, both temples, and all the friends and family for the overwhelming love and support to everyone touched by these losses over the last week. To Drew's crew and your families, we often spoke to Mitch how great your group of friends are. You all fought like hell, but loved each other even more. Keep competing. Keep supporting each other. Drew loved you all. Carry his spirit and his friendship with you forever. The reason we stand here before you today is that I wanted to share with you some of what you probably don't know about Drew. Besides this tennis prodigy and this all-around savage competitor, Drew was also a normal 14-year-old kid. My relationship with Drew was mostly not about tennis. I knew a lot about what was going on. Jamie and Dana spoke more to each other than Dana speaks to me. Every callus, shoulder strain, thumb injury, matches against great competitors. Should he go back to camp? Should he be homeschooled? Should he play booster basketball? Or drop everything to just focus on tennis? I knew it all. I didn't need to pepper him with that type of communication during my interaction with him. My focus with Drew was on life. We spent a lot of time during family dinners or just hanging at their house, connecting on sports, of course. Drew liked to ask me who I thought was better, or listen to my fantasy team, who should I start? He was generally intrigued and liked to hear what I thought. My relationship with Drew was unique. My wife would tell me, "Don't say that, it's inappropriate." I was like an older brother who exposed him to things that his father necessarily wouldn't be appropriately do, or his peers wouldn't necessarily say. I always kept it positive. I never stepped over my boundaries. I was never critical. I just tried to expose him to new things. I wasn't being a bad influence. I just tried to share things I think that he would enjoy. I was inappropriate. But before I left the house, on the way out, I would whisper in his ear, "Watch Porgies tonight." His parents didn't mind, at least I don't think they did, because he seemed to have a great time, and we did laugh a lot. As Drew got older, he started to talk to me about meals, and he became this foodie. I could just hear, he'd be in Florida, and in the background, I'd hear Grandma Arl's voice saying, "What is he calling Corey for?" He would send me pictures of his omelets, egg whites, broccoli and cheese from Glenhead after he would finish training. He loved all the options, the buffet, the French toast, and he always included sushi, no matter what time of day it was. Over the last 2 years, Mitch and Jamie were traveling with Drew all over the country. I would get pictures of these exotic sushi rolls and pizza and random meals from everywhere. Sometimes he would call me up and I would say, "Drew, how's Alabama?" I didn't ask about tennis. "How's Alabama?" He'd say, "The food's dog shit. It's horrible." One time he sent me a picture and wrote bacon, egg, and cheese delicacies, and maybe I overstood my boundaries. I said, "You might want to lose the turkey bacon and go to regular bacon." He said yes, so now I started to get him into new things. Lose the salmon, go with the New York strip, medium rare. I knew Jamie was reading it. She didn't care because she knew he enjoyed the banter. Even if it was food, he was so passionate in everything he did. He definitely learned from his father about ordering family style. He loved the options. He had an amazing palate. One time he called me up, he's like, "We're going to 388 tonight, what should I get?" I said, "Get the veal Valdestano. Don't tell your mom you're gonna order it." I spoke to him after. I said, "What'd you think of the dish?" He said it was great. The veal was huge. It was bigger than my tennis racket. Recently, we started to talk about college, where he wanted to play tennis. I often leaned in and gave my opinion and said, "Drew, gotta go Ivy." He was still thinking he preferred to play at a high major. He was still focused on the competition, playing at the best level. He went out on top, winning at the peak. Drew saw more in his young life than most people the time they are 80 years old. He traveled around the country doing what he did and loved most with his mom and dad. Jamie, Mitch, and Sydney, your dedication, selflessness, and support for Drew's passion was so impressive. He loved every second of it. The routine, the hard work, the opportunity to compete. And that was all possible because of you. You gave Drew everything you had and more. Everyone in your lives was so lucky and blessed to have experienced life with him. Kudos to you. Jamie and Mitch, I always will appreciate the bond that I shared with Drew. I thank you for all those moments with my buddy. Drew, I don't say goodbyes. It was always a fist pump, a half a hug, a smile, or a laugh. No one will take that away from us. I still owe you that Italian sub and cheesesteak. We will celebrate your life every day. We will attack the day like you did as you set the bar always so high. I love you, buddy.
Now I would like to invite Ethan Solab.
as many of you can see, there's just an unreal amount of people here, and it was just expected. This kid was one of a kind. He was my little brother. I'm so lucky. I spent so much time with him. The way I remember Drew, and I want all of you to remember him as, we never argued. He never had anything bad to say. I loved him, he loved me. The most time I spent with him was, of course, on a tennis court, but that's just not how I remember him as. His passion for everything was just so strong. He committed to everything. He didn't go in, he did everything to the fullest extent. I remember my happiest moment with him was we were in his backyard. He just got his pool. He was so excited. Mitch cooked up some of the greatest steak we ever had. There was way too much, but it was so great just being there, spending time with him. He leaned on me with many questions, the simplest ones being who to start in fantasy football, because he believed in me, he trusted me. There was just no one better than him. It's the most simple way to put it. Just please don't remember him as just the kid on the tennis court. He was the kid with passion and drive like no one I ever met. The greatest competitor, the most kind-hearted. I know it sounds generic, but it's true. Everyone will tell you it, but it's just so true. He's amazing. I love him, and I know he's watching us right now.
Now we'll invite Drew's friends, Cole, Danielle, Jake, Chase, Gavin, and Gavin, Jordan, Brandon, Ryan. Come with us.
Hello. My name is Cole Sadovsky, and as most of you know, Drew is my first and best friend. Drew and I didn't have an ordinary friendship. 90% of the time, we were either wrestling each other to the ground, fighting till one of our voices was lost, or arguing about fantasy. But the other 10% of the time, we could just put on a movie, go out to lunch, or have our bro and girl talks. Last weekend, my dad and I went to the Knicks game with Mitch and Drew. Drew proceeded to tell me all day, I'm going to get you courtside with me so we can take pictures with all of the players. I refused to believe him until 1 hour before game time, I heard Drew screaming at all the security guards, let them down, they're with me. Of course, Drew found a way to get us down, and just like he promised, there we were, taking pictures with all our favorite players. This just shows Drew's personality, and I was always worried about his friend's happiness, and I was always persistent to get what he wanted. Most of you saw Drew only on the tennis courts, being the competitive champion he was, but is really like all of us that came straight home to his blankets and snuggled with them all night. I already miss our competitive recess games, our sneaky FaceTime talks, and watching you try to pass one of your tests, all while becoming the greatest tennis player of all time. Drew, I remember you forever and will never stop thinking about you. I love you so much, and just remember, D has on top.
Hello, my name is Chase Fowler. I'm honored to be up here and speak about my best friend in the whole world. As some of you know, Drew's parents went to Syracuse, so did mine. So when we were little kids, we told each other that we'd go to Syracuse and be roommates together. Mitch took Drew and I to see all the games. One thing that amazed me about Drew was his mindset and his mental toughness. We'd be playing basketball, it'd be so hot out, Drew would be still wearing a sweatshirt, and all of us would be so tired. I would ask Drew, "Are you not tired?" He says, "I am, but I'm not showing it. It's all mental. Tired is a mindset." I thought my best friend was crazy. Over the summer, I got one phone call from home each week in camp. It was to Drew, and I loved catching up with him. It was better than calling my parents. This past weekend, I skipped lacrosse practice to watch Drew play tennis match. I loved being there, and I could tell he was happy I was watching him. After his big win, he handed me the game-winning ball, and I will cherish it forever. One more thing about Drew is that we'd be punching, pulling, grabbing, pinching, everything, beating each other up, but we all loved each other. I wish I had one more minute with you, Drew. I love you, and you will always be in my heart. I miss you. Fly high, Drew. D Hass on top.
Hi, my name is Ryan Rosenbaum. Drew is the funniest person I knew. He could always put a smile on any of our friends' faces. And Drew made me, my friends, and everyone around him laugh with his contagious humor and always made me hungry talking about food, cucina marinara. Drew always talked about where all of our friends would go to college, and Drew's confident self always said he would go to Harvard or Michigan on a full scholarship. With Drew's determination and talent, I know he would have gotten there. School and our basketball games will never be the same without you, Drew. I won't have anyone to bet about who got the higher Spanish grade in class or anyone to yell at me to play better defense. I can't believe you're gone. I promise to play the best defense just for you, Drew. It's not fair that you're gone. You will always be in my heart. Love you forever, Drew. Alligators for life.
My name is Gavin Lerman, and I'm honored to say that Drew is my best friend. Drew and I have been playing sports together since day one. While I love playing sports with Drew, my favorite thing to do was watch him dominate on the tennis court. When I would watch him play and he would win a big point, I would wait for the crowd to be silent, and I would scream, "Ale!" just so Drew could hear me. I was fortunate enough to be at Drew's last match. It was a hard-fought battle against a tough opponent, but in typical fashion, Diaz came out on top, because you know Drew's got that dog in it. Mitch, Jamie, and Sydney, I promise to keep Drew forever in my life. Love you forever, Drew. Ale.
I am Jordan Mashal, and I love Drew with all my heart. I never have thought that I'd be up here today making this speech. Drew may be the most competitive and passionate kid, but at the same time, he was also the most caring and thoughtful friend. He always acted like he was my mentor, teaching me what is best. I will always remember how strong our friendship and bond was. Although he may not be here by my side, he will always be a part of me and watching over me. I love you, D-Hass.
Hello, my name is Brendan Siskin. Drew is a great kid and my best friend. He was everything. He left everything he had on the court. He always wanted everyone to do better. Good wasn't good enough. I love you, Drew. I miss you so much. It was an honor to be your friend.
Hi, my name is Daniel Prussian. I've been best friends with Drew since we were 2 years old. I was lucky enough to have also gone to camp with Drew at Timberlake. Drew is kind, and he is the most competitive kid I've ever known, whether it's fantasy football, arguing about the Giants and Eagles, or 1v1 in the mini hoop. Anything and everything we did was made into a competition. Even over Christmas vacation, while power sailing 450 feet in the air, we were playing tag. I'm going to miss you so much, but I'm so glad I was able to have so many special memories with you, and I will always remember them.
Hi, I'm Jake Monteluza. Drew has been one of my best friends since day one. While his tennis potential was beyond belief, it was his mindset and determination that amazed me the most. He never gave up and never gave in. He was an insane competitor that always strived to be the best in everything he did. Drew, you are an inspiration for me to always do my best. I love you, D-Hass, and I know you're looking down on us. As Drew would say, D-Hass on top.
My name is Gavin Ryback, and Drew was my best friend for the past 12 years. When we were 4, Drew and I took private tennis lessons together. I knew after a few months that I had no chance against Drew on the tennis court, so instead I decided to become his biggest fan. At one of his Little Mo tournaments, I was honored to carry his bag in between his matches, and knew one day he would be on that center court at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Drew signed a ball for me that day, and I will treasure it forever. Drew, we all love you, and we'll keep you in our hearts forever.
And now Drew's coach, Adrian.
This is a notepad that Drew gave me as a gift this past year. On the cover, it says, "Dear Coach, thanks for being my coach. If I had a different coach, I would punch them in the face and go find you." This quote sums up the kind of bond Drew and I shared. As a junior tennis coach, deep bonds are created with your students. Lessons, drills, matches, phone calls, texts are all part of the bond that we share. Tennis coaches are a mixture of mentor, friend, and big brother. For almost 30 years, I have had the privilege of coaching tennis. There have been hundreds of students over the course of my life that have come and gone. In that time, I have been fortunate to work with a lot of good and great players. However, it is very rare to have what I call a special player. Drew was without a doubt one of those players. Drew was a special player not just because of his ability. In order to have a chance to be special, you must have a unique bond with your coach and your family. This bond is developed out of several key principles in order to achieve these special results. Your personalities have to match well. There must be trust and faith in each other's abilities. You must have respect for each other. You must support each other during the tough times. And you need parents who are supportive of both player and coach to help strengthen the bond. Drew and I clicked from the first lesson we had when he was 9. We had so many things in common. We both loved sports. We both loved to compete. We both hated to lose and would try anything within the rules to win. He was the unassuming little kid who, when presented with a challenge, would suddenly turn into a beast. This commonality set the foundation for our special bond. In all my years on the court with Drew, he never once questioned what I was trying to teach him. And if he did, he never would let me know. He made me feel like I always had his trust. In turn, I always trusted Drew to try his very best and work his hardest, and he always did. My respect for Drew as an athlete, a competitor, and as a young man are unquestionable. He was an athlete that could play any sport and be good at it. As a competitor, Drew was off the charts. More often than not, when he was in a battle that came down to the wire, he would find a way to win. As a young man, he was thoughtful, smart, fun, and had so many people who loved him for who he was, which is evident with everyone in this room. Not everything in a young tennis player's career goes smoothly. Sometimes there are slumps, bad losses, and frustration starts to set in for the player, for the coach, and for the parents. Drew, Mitch, and Jamie understood this and always knew it was about the big picture. With each passing year, our bond got stronger. In the last 2 years, Drew invested more of his time to tennis. He was maturing and very focused. He was on a mission to be the best he could be. One of his dreams was to play top-level Division I college tennis. Duke, Michigan, and Stanford were high on the list. In recent months, Drew has taken it to the next level of maturity. I witnessed some big changes in his attitude. He was calmer and more focused on the court. I watched a match last month at a national where he displayed these traits, and it gave me so much confidence that he would undoubtedly fulfill his dream. But in a moment, dreams can be dashed. Over the last few days, I've been reflecting on what has happened, trying to make sense of it all. But your mind goes in circles. And after a while, you realize there's no answer. You keep trying again and again, but the same conclusion is drawn. For me, the only thing that has erased some of the unbearable sadness, pain, and emptiness is thinking of the incredible bond we formed and the precious time I got to spend with Drew. What a privilege it was to be his coach and to watch him develop. I have a response to Drew's letter from the pamphlet. Dear Drew, thanks for letting me be your coach. I couldn't have asked for a better student. I will carry your spirit with me always. Love, Adrian.
And now, Mitch and Jamie.
Drew, Druzy, Druzel D, Hass, D. Hass, Hollywood, my boy. I miss you so much. My heart aches and is broken into a billion pieces. You are the world's greatest son, brother, grandson, cousin, and friend. You made everyone smile and laugh. Your future was so bright. Dad and I always believed in you, and we were so proud to be your parents. We were your biggest fans. You were the fiercest competitor, always respected on and off the court. And in any clutch situation, it was always you they would choose to get the job done. Everyone knew they could count on Drew. You were your best under pressure, always stepping it up and proving to be a true champion. You had so many accomplishments at such a young age. Drew, I'm gonna miss all our special times together. I would do anything for one last snuggle with you in the Tinies. You were tough on the outside, but you had the biggest heart full of love for all your family and friends. We will never ever understand why you were taken from us. Your life has gotten way too short. Dad, Sid, and I will try to be strong and live through all the amazing memories and times we spent together. You wouldn't believe the love and support from every aspect of your life here today. You must have touched everyone in such a special way. The tributes have been so overwhelmingly incredible. Your name and beautiful, handsome face is all over social media. Not just from your family and friends, but literally everyone, including the New York Mets. They had a moment of silence for you at their game this week. The Michigan tennis team wearing your initials on their shirt for their NCAA tournament. Local basketball teams writing hats on their sneakers. I look around and see so many of your amazing teachers from Harbor Hill Elementary School. All your favorite coaches and friends at Robbie Wagner. So many of your tennis friends and families you have met over the years at tournaments. Your camp friends, counselors, and all those you connected with at Timberlake Camp. All your friends, classmates, teachers, and staff from Roslyn Middle School. The Roslyn High School varsity tennis team, along with the entire Roslyn community, is here today. Literally everyone you knew. It seems like everyone you met, you left such a marked impression. At only 14 years old, you left this world as a legend. You will never, ever be forgotten. Rest easy, always look down on us and protect us. Diaz on top, I love you forever.
Drew, I don't know, after what I just heard, if I can measure up to all these beautiful words today that everyone has said about you today and the past few days, from all the newspaper stories to all the tennis communities around the country, the social media posts, the outpour is endless. Those of you who know me, I usually love public speaking, but this is a hard one. Drew, you would be telling me, don't be a wimp. And I'm only using the word wimp because we're in Temple. But for you, buddy, I will try to deliver the best encore I can. A year ago Saturday, I stood on the bima, similar to this, at your bar mitzvah. And I'm sorry, Drew, the tone and the storyline's a little different. What can I say? Parents are meant to give a bar mitzvah speech, but not this one. You were the most loving brother to Sydney. You were a special grandson who called your grandparents, and we know how hard that is. Most loyal friend to all the boys that you've had since nursery school. Most incredible teammate and leader. And of course, the dream child to Mom and I. Drew, we had it all. I mean, you were my world, my best friend. You were a real-life superhero. I looked up to you. Besides from being your dad, I filled a lot of roles. I was a tournament coach on the road, trainer, equipment manager, driver. Man, you were tough to work for, buddy. You were so demanding. Best job I ever had. I know most people here knew Drew, but he really was larger than life. You know, most kids take the normal road, look up to their father. But in my case, I didn't have to do much. I was always looking up to you. You amazed me and everyone. I guess, fathers, with boys, with sons, your always first instinct is introduce your sons to sports. And Drew made it so easy. You caught every ball I threw to you, you made every basket, and you wouldn't stop until you made 10 in a row. The one time you missed the ball, and some of you know the story, but it was so cute, and I can see it right now. I actually had the nerve to say, "Keep your eye on the ball." And instantly, he fell to the ground and put his eye on the ball. I didn't understand what I was dealing with, but I knew he would always push me to the limit. And when I was too tired to play with you, that's when he took to the living room that we never finished and would hit the tennis balls against the wall. I guess the message here is he was so self-motivated, the hardest worker I've ever seen. And I think Jason said it best in a post today, the Drewish Mamba. You had the most dynamic, outgoing personality. You made my close friends friends of yours, and they liked you more than me. So many times you would say, "Call Mitch Edenbaum, I want to go to the Eagles game." Or "Call Monge." I would say, "1 minute." "No, call Monge now, I want to go to the house." "Dad, call Jason, the fantasy site is cheating me out of 2 points." "No, wait, I'll call him." Drew, you were relentless. You lived to the fullest. You did not believe in relaxing. More than anything, you were kind to everybody and a friend to so many. Drew, you filled Sydney, Mom, and me with such joy. But you kept us on a tight schedule. Practices, match prep, physical trainers at the house. Every hour was planned, every snack, every meal. Picked up early from school to get to tennis. And you had to do it all between your school and your homework. You did it your way every day, and we wouldn't change it for the world. All of Drew's coaches would say, not all of them, most of them would say, "Why don't you take him out of school and homeschool him? He needs to practice more if he wants to get where you want him to go to." But Drew wouldn't have it. He didn't want to leave his boys and his friends. He led 2 lives, his school and his tennis, and he worked so hard to keep them both going. He was a full-time tennis player that fit in a little school. Most parents in the Long Island area send their kids to camp or go off to exotic islands like Greece and Spain in the summer. But Drew, your tennis grew out of that, so there was no more camp for you. You were home for the summer with us as you wanted to play tournaments and travel the country. So instead of the beaches of Maui for Mom and I, it was Mobile. Yes, Mobile, Alabama, where the tennis championships are held. And if any of you have the chance to go there during the summer, don't. Just think 104 degrees, humidity, and rain every day. Not to mention the accommodations. But Drew, we could not wait to go back with you and try for another win. You were a summer, you are a fall, or winter. I guess the real story here is for me, Drew. The heart of the matter was, you were just my whole world. I started thinking so much the last few days. I think we spend on average 22 hours a week. Thank God I work locally and I'm not too far. But we spend about 22, 23 hours a week. I would be in the car to and from practice. Spent so many hours together. And you tolerated all my shortcomings. Jamie would always say, Mitch, you're married to Drew. I just called Jamie my girlfriend. Oh, Jamie, looks like we're married again. But you were one heck of a girlfriend. Really were. For tournaments, we would travel the country. We recently had a wonderful 7 days in Palm Springs. Drew did so well. Every beautiful place we went to, he would say, I want to live here. Not Mobile. Drew, with all the accolades, you were so humble. You got to be the #1 player in the 12s. You were the top on so many tennis recruiting lists by 14, Harvard, Duke, Michigan, all looking at your profile. All the coaches knew you and were watching you, but it never fazed you. You knew who you were. Didn't excite you. You kind of assumed it. I guess one of the best matches was last year, the counties. Your match clinched the Nassau County Championship, a title that had eluded Roslyn for years. The team attacked you and dumped Gatorade tub on your head. The kids were crowding you. I couldn't get near you, so I figured I'd just go to the coach and say, congrats. And she said with a smile, I've been coaching here for 17 years, and they dumped the Gatorade on him. With all your accomplishments, one of your favorite activities was booster basketball. That was the time with your friends. People would ask me, why is he playing? Why are you wasting your time? But he just wanted to be with his friends. He wanted to be with the dads that coached him. He just always wanted to have fun. And even when he broke his finger playing basketball and all the coaches said, see, I told you so, shouldn't have let him play. I said, Drew, what do you think? He says, don't worry, I'll be back for the playoffs. He was indestructible. Nothing can really stop him. Mark, if you're out there, Drew wanted me to remind you that if he was healthy and could have played, his team would have won the booster title again. You were determined in every way. Although you had little time for your homework, you still made amazing grades. Even if it meant harassing all your friends for the answers, you found a way to get it done. Drew, you had many nicknames. Hollywood may fit it best, but you had a way to command attention and take over any room you wanted. And today isn't any different, Drew. Look around. You're playing your best. It's your final encore. Position #1 as usual. And Drew, your last match we saw was no exception. It was very fitting. You were playing Syosset versus your buddy and rival Ange. It was close as usual. 4-4 in the second set. The Syosset crowd made a very big mistake. They started getting on you after every point. A no-no. Drew, you kept your cool. You were banking every cheer against you in your brain. And if you know Drew, this is something you don't do. He went on to win the next 2 games and the match, and then he screamed to the Syosset fans, "I can't hear you now!" I just want to ask if everyone can stand up and applaud this champion, this great kid. I want to make sure he hears you. I can't hear you now. I can't hear you now. I have to say the support we've gotten from so many in this community and friends and every walk of life has been tremendous. To be honest, it's so hard. We can't thank you enough. I pray the time can heal the wound to some degree, but I know that's not true. And that we can always talk about Drew and the great times we've had and the great accomplishments he achieved in his short but well-lived life. Drew, Sydney, Mom, and I are going to miss you forever. This wasn't the plan. God needed you for a reason. You were larger than life. I love you, Drew. We all love you, Drew. We will be together again. And like I always told him, I love you, buddy. Thank you.
The Hebrew poet wrote, "This is a fearful thing to love, what death can touch. A fearful thing to love, to hope, to dream, to be, and oh, to lose. A things for fullness, a holy thing to love. For your life has lived in me. Your love once lifted me. Your word was gift to me. This is a human thing, love. A holy thing. To love what death can touch. And so, finally, painfully, remember that the measure of a person's influence in this world is not in years. It is measured in love. And love, Drew, he had an access for all of you. For his family, for his friends, for his teammates. And now God will protect Drew. This is the promise of our faith. The Drew's soul is embraced in the wings of his Creator. His soul now soars with the heavenly hosts and will continue to shine. And our memories of Drew's beautiful life will continue to inspire all of us. Please rise for a memorial prayer. El Maleh.
El Maleh Rachamim, Shochen Bamramim, Hamatzem min Kanakana, Takat Kanfei Ashekina. Im kedoshim teorim kezor arakia, mazirim, et nishmat Azriel ben Yaakov Mendel, שהלך עולמו, שהלך עולמו, שהלך עולמו, אוי בעלך רחמים, יסתירהו בסדר כנפיו לעולמים. יצרור בצרור החיים את נשמתו, ויצרור בצרור החיים נשמתו. אדוני הוא נחלתו, וינוח בשלום על משכבו, ונאמר Amen. O God, full of compassion, you who dwell on high, grant perfect rest unto the soul of Azriel ben Yaakov ben Mendel, our beloved Drew, who has departed from this world. God of mercy, bring him into your presence and let his soul be bound up in the bond of eternal life. May be his possession, and may his repose be peace. Amen. As we're about to conclude the chapel portion of the service, we also want to express once again our condolences to our other bereaved beloved Falkovitz family. And now a few announcements. The family asks that only the family and the very close friends will continue to the cemetery. It is a family request. Please honor it. And the others we will ask also to carpool. The Shiva will be observed today from 4:30 till 8 p.m. here in Beth Sholom. At Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 11 till 2 p.m. and again from 6 till 9 p.m. at Hassenbein family residence. So now we'll request that you all stay in your seats until mourners step out of the sanctuary.
Please remain standing.
good to be home.